Парам-парам. Парам-парам. Здравия всем. Чаечек. Надеюсь, у всех хорошо проходит этот денек, а я продолжаю играть в финалку. Гриф, здравия. С возвращением. Так, в прошлый раз мы остановились на том, что помогли ему продать рыбу. Да. Ну и прибыли на этот остров, чтобы разобраться с башней. Или как минимум с праймалами, которых она фармит. Ну, помнит. Для этого нам нужно узнать больше о местных богах. Что, в общем-то, мы в этой деревушке и делали. Окей. Погнали. The great work. Did you say you're going to Nathana? Oh, I envy you. To be brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? Ooh. Ah. I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Okay. Договорились. Попробуем не утонуть в глазах слона. Это будет очень сложно, но мы справимся. Ах, ночка. Жалко ночь. Днем это место намного лучше выглядит. Интересно, насколько голая эта локация выглядела до того, как они увеличили плотность травы? Пещера. Дровосек. Кажется, Котя. Еще одна Котя. Окей, этот остров не такой уж и большой. Я только не знаю, нам сюда или наверх? Кажется, нам сюда. Там толпа стоит. Кажется, слониха, в которую он втюхался, немного не жива. F. Упс, была не стала. Так, Эстиниан. Что ты видишь своими особыми глазами? If there was a battle, there's a conspicuous lack of blood. Окей, может они все просто налокались. In such manner did we find them. What could have befallen these people? What in the world? Хороший вопрос. Если они не мертвы, то что? Кажется, созвучно будет. Оно издает звуки! Добейте его!
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests.
О, блин, это ритуал какой-то.
Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Окей, это какой-то ритуал, значит.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Что происходит?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
Ты взял, вот в чем вопрос.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
What?
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
Who are you people? Ну, мне нравится.
Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova.
Они делают талисманы, защищая от поражения, порабощения.
The end to our toil is near.
Какого черта?
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Спасибо, Истинин.
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
Да.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Очень большое и важное исследование. Сперва мы нашли способ обращать порабощение. Излечивать уже порабощенных, но еще не превращенных. Не искаженных, ну, тех, у кого плоть еще не искажена. И у ящерица. Теперь эти ребята собираются создать защиту от изначального порабощения. То бишь аналог нашего благословения света. То, чем нас Хайдалин наградила. Прикольное место. Вася, что скажешь? Hey, pay me no mind. I'm here that I may be of service, nothing more. It is said that shellfish is ideal for those who have suffered blood loss. I hope you should have acquired some from Matsaya. For the days when I enjoyed such fervent adoration. But on this occasion, I am glad to entrust the burden of popularity to Estinian. Кстати, где он? Сэр Эстиниан, куда вас уволокли? Чем ты торгуешь? О, как оружки, как книжка выглядит тут. Я не помню, как она выглядит. Нет. Ну это то, что с цветами. То, что у меня сейчас. Неважно. Неважно. С другой стороны, я домиков не вижу. Так что, видимо, его куда-то далеко очень увлакли. Ну ладно. Он справится. Я озвучено. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we're grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Krell herself is tied up with another investigation, Imaiha is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Другими словами, защитит пробощение проблемами, потому что это, по идее, одно и то же. Indeed we do. As you know, towers emit vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Oh, то бишь у вас тоже была проблема с прималами? Of the method tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. Okay. У нас в кармане за пазухой как раз таки самый великий дракон. Он, конечно, в спячке, он перезаряжается, но все равно. Если он достаточно силен, чтобы летать и таскать нас по округе, Эдгар Сормор, пришло твое время. Вылезай, будем тебя оббревать. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the skills provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. His Excellency. Это что, принц какой-то? Soon we'll be ready to conduct a field test. And here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Better than having my blood drawn, I suppose. What exactly is that you need me to do? Я так понимаю, я должен буду просто сопровождать человека с талисманом и в случае чего утащить этого человека с талисманом, если талисман не сработает. Nothing complicated, I assure you. We ask you that you serve as an escort, so it's called. I will explain it in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course. Okay. In that case, Ranger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. Вообще интересно. Это первое место, где упоминается алхимия. То бишь, вполне логично, что в остальных местах, где о алхимии даже не слышали, там просто нету такой дисциплины. Никто до этого не додумался. Типа, они ввели новые... Конечно, своего рода решение проблемы путем введения решения, которого не было до этого, но оно хорошо обставлено тем, что это просто... Ну, часть местной культуры. Алхимия. If you're ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Walk and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Okay? Do-do-do-do-do. Я так понимаю, вот про этот вот проход направо она говорила. Ворот какие-то. Наверное, чьи-то домишка. Прикольное место. Drunken Deepa. You see a lantern designed in the local style. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place. Or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleeping night. The Drunken's Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from their tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficiency. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please, begin whenever you are ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Прикольно, то бишь мы будем обдавать сами себя эфиром. Любопытно. Вкусный чаек. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Follow the drunken deeper lead and try not to fall behind. О, блин. Это самонаводящаяся лампа. Летают там вдалеке. Ready in ether. Please stand back. Ready in ether. Please stand back. Oh. Ready to discharge. Okay. You are struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effect. Раз готов. Второй. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resume test. Please follow. И логично, что нам нужно бегать с места на место, потому что, я так понимаю, эта штука, она собирает эфир из окружающего пространства. И, то бишь, там эфир собрали, там больше перезарядиться не может. Во всяком случае, в ближайшее время. Надо отойти, чтобы ты собрал эфир. Давай, обливай меня эфиром. You're struck by another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effect. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Погнали, drunken deepa. Кто круги наматывает. Вон там он только что были. Please gather near. Жги. Discharging ether. You are struck by yet another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effect. The blazing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Это звучало не очень приятно. Жги. You are struck by the strongest blast of ether yet, but survive completely unscathed. Ether exposure testing concluded. Please collect the device and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Еще подобрать тебя должен. Calculations on retaining your composure and your humors. Oh, congratulations on containing your composure and your humors. Лампа добыта. Лампа доставлена. Мне нравятся практически черные глаза. Она довольно-таки инопланетный выглядит. В смысле, вот эти вот в целом эти слоны. Ah, you've returned. And not on your knees. I promise inside. But come. Let me take the deeper of your hands. Having exhausted all of its ether, the drunken deeper is now having a well-earned rest. Окей, возможно, оно не перезаряжалось из окружения, возможно, оно меняло позицию для тестирования, чтобы не перенасытить какую-то конкретную зону эфиром. Тоже логично. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You feeling perfectly fine? Mm-hmm. Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, for we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spiritweed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we, Arcasadara, travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. Okay, погнали. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which rests east of the Great Walk. Окей. Но мне интересно. Southeast. Я забыл. Там рядом с той деревней где-то был поток эфира. Даже, наверное, там он был. Пойдем его заберем, пока я о нем помню вообще. Elder Preside. Hello. Здравия, с возвращением. Здесь кто-то что-то копает. Еще одна котя. Вот он. Полезай в меня. Поток эфира. У меня 4 взрывов было мало. О, я крабик. 900 ямов просто на север. Это может быть даже там, куда мне надо по квесту. Не, это не ультра 900. 900, наверное, вот сюда вот вообще. Островок очень даже маленький. Это еще котя? Это котя или не котя? Это не котя. Ил. Надеюсь, она поправится. Отрастит ухо и хвост. И будет ей хорошо. А вот она. Я говорил насчет расстояния. Да. Я говорил насчет расстояния. То бишь он где-то вот здесь вот. Вот туда пойдем. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we've been followed. Look out, Ямайха! Здрасте, ребят. Не, давайте вы сюда вот соберетесь. Кстати, надо призвать своего коротышку. Бонг. Gods, that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I venture outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters, I asked you to come with me. You're all right, I hope? Good. Let's continue on, then. It isn't far now. Just through these pillars and up the rise. Ага, я угадал. Это место все-таки красивое. Ящерки сюда подходят. Огромная гора. Йоу, ты красивый. Йоу. Опа. Это как армадило. Только круче. Это классный дизайн, мне он очень нравится. Я бы его оставил под какого-нибудь саббосса вместо обычного моба. And here we are. Hadjaya footsteps. Hadjaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. Ooh. Happy benefit of this is that spirit wheat grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting it at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't likely to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Это правда. Лучше, как говорится, перебдеть, чем недобдеть. Прикольное место. Йоу! Привет. Нужно просто подождать, окей.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap? Да, расскажи мне о сатрап. Что это такое вообще?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan.
Миссия здравия.
Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra.
Arkasodra.
When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjord from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
Ох, чертовы человеки.
It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution.
Понятно, он типа духовный лидер.
The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
Это
What is the
мерцание.
delay with the vessel? I
Появилось.
told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Что-то случилось. Твою налево.
I
Fun,
come
Daniel.
all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owe? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans.
Мое любимое слово.
And yet,
Контрпродуктивно.
I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Мне нравится, что с асинами в той или иной степени не знаю. Ладно. Мне нравится, что с асинами причина большинства из их неудач — это в их святая уверенность в собственной правоте и силе. Типа они слишком самоуверены. Это становится их врагом. Даже с ним такое. Вроде бы должен им помешать. Но, блин, интересно, справятся ли они. Конечно, что не справятся, но вдруг. Любопытно. Have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? We shall. Далеко-далеко. Я так понимаю, прямо у входа в Розетхан. Что логично. Как вы мне нравитесь, какие вы классные. Паркур. Они еще и языкастые. Ну классные ребята. У меня таймер правильно включен? У меня таймер даже не включен. Вау. В целом красивенькое место. Но изначально меня побеспокоил цвет земли здесь. Я подумал, что с моей видеокартой что-то не так. Опс. Засмотрелся на птиц. И теперь отсюда вылезти. Видимо, там. А, да, я хотел посмотреть. System Configuration, Graphical Settings. Что с тенями у меня? Давай так оставим. Додо. Обычно игры в VR так выглядят. Летаешь на диване по красивым местам. Диванчик, кстати, дешевый. Но прикольный. В целом тут мало маунтов, которые мне не нравятся. You might have my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Деньги. 1000 денег меня устраивает. Это одна телепортация. If you will excuse me, I shall return to the... You excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. Oba? Oh, I thought this... I have a message for you, Mistress Nathana. It would seem the stories of Giant's Gal are running low. Sort of. Hans Gal. What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Ranger told everyone about their tempering cure. And Destinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Imaiha, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Kind Gal? In case you're not familiar, Kind Gal is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of them. The quarry where it's found, aptly named Giant Gal Grounds, isn't far away, so it should take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Окей, погнали. Пойдем посмотрим на ваши шахты. Как понимаю, меня пока что просто знакомят с этим местом. Thank you. Upon arriving to the grounds, please seek out a man named Zainaha. Вы родственники? He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Amsa, Mistress Nathana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived this are still in training. I will bring the Hamsa with the entrance. Это, я так понимаю, Додо. Meet me there when you're ready. Этот шкет же про Додо говорил, да? Мы на Додо будем кататься. Лучший маунт. Так, я понимаю, у нас там квест. У нас и вот квест. Я так думаю, это будет квест на ферритовый поток. Yep. You have a moment, adventurer. One of my colleagues has gone missing. She said she was going to Cadiera Footsteps to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I'd go search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change, and I can't very well leave the kiln to operate itself. Could you find her and fetch her for me? Ладушки, погнали, я знаю где-то место и знаю куда идти. You're kind. She should be in Cadiera Footsteps. Keep an eye out for her with black hair. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out the last time you were by, but she was devastated that she missed out on the chance to meet the adventurer, aiding the students of Baldesin. Фанат. Пойдем найдем фаната, который, скорее всего, помер. Оп, да, мы на дно покатаемся. Мидгар Сорбор. Почему такие странные имена хорошо запоминаются мной? Писака. Пишет Писака. Стоп, а это фиолетовый верит. Значит, он связан с молниями. О. Мадама? Здравствуй. What do you mean? I need to go back to work? Oh! Have I really been out that long? I should really go. But I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but could you assist me for a moment? Okay, что тебе надо? Thank you. I'll inspect the walls. So, could you make sure the stage is in order? Some of the paint is worn out. You could use a fresh coat. Так, совсем не следят за сценой. The cloth waves exquisitely in the wind. No problems here. Trick. Aha. There's a small hole in the floor. That can be good. Any problems? The floor and the paint. I'll have to fix them the next time I come by. Thank you for checking. You know, it seems odd that I've never met you until now. You wouldn't happen to be an adventurer sent by the students of Baldesin, would you? Uh-huh. You are? And here I was delegating you menial tasks. If I had known, I've always admired travelers like you. You see, I was studying to be a dancer under Mistress Nashmira. Oh! At one time, I wanted to see the realm. Имя. Она сейчас в Лимсламинце, если хочешь найти. I wanted to see the realm as I traveled for performances. And maybe I still can. Not as a dancer, of course, but an alchemist. Oh, but we should hurry back to the great work. I don't want to cause any more trouble when I already have. Интересно, что они с этим не добавили новый класс Disciple of Hand, алхимика. Слушай, здесь приятное освещение. Такое теплое. Блин, я мог бы телепортнуться сюда обратно. Ой. Что сделано, уже сделано. Привет. Сейчас, погоди, я там задание сдам. У меня есть эта коньяка. Нашлась она. С ней все в порядке. Ah, there you are. I thought you helped my colleague with her stage inspection while you were out. It's greatly appreciated. She really looks up to your kind, you know. She lost her chance to become a dancer due to all the an unfortunate injury. Ah, and now she's working to heal the sick and injured as an alchemist. She was so happy to meet you, as am I. Here, a token of our thanks. Знаешь, токен твоей благодарности мог бы быть и побольше. Ты большой парень. Кошелек у тебя тоже, небось, не маленький. Чего в нем так мало? Ну ладно, они все тут хорошие ребята. Не пытаются решить проблему, с которой на нашем континенте даже никто не приблизился к решению ее. Стоп, мы тут находимся? Как Разатхан может быть так далеко? А? Странно. Here our Hamsa Himaiha. If the creatures look familiar, it's because they are close kin to yours and Dodo's. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Avnair, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant House repurposed its remnants as an outpost. This is where my errands take me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. Pognar? You ready? Then let us depart. You need only a ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Shake! Не очень удобная вещь. Let us be off. If you haven't ridden Dodos before, be warned that their They have a wobbling gait. Yep. Мы-то еще нормально едем. Whoa. A spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Khadgha, a word which means sword. This sword, legends told, was wielded by the Manusia against the Mga before it was cast down as conflict ends. To the left, and requiring no introduction is the tower. As you can see, it stands a small isle. Almost there. Though the main part of the hatchery is atop of the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. Интересно, этот островок там был, или он появился вместе с башней? Пакет от ладошки. And here we are, manned by a radiant host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Башня. Йоу, драгуны? Well, who should it be but a young Varshan on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wishes to express his heartful gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unfallen dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though I have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may be now, I'm certain he is well on Earth. As for myself, I assure you that that all I do on my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in this satrap is unwavering. But still, I worry for you. Who would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you? For you are a little brother to all of us. Take care. Do you hear? I will, Nadine. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the looks of her. Permit me to introduce you Ymahaku of the Eorzin contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. Естественно. An excellent idea, given the unprecedented nature of the threat. Some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You too. Bring Yoshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Я думал, они коти из-за этих металлических выступов на головах. А нет, это... Из вот этих вот. Это не ухи. Это просто металлические маски у них такие. Ah, I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the furry? We knew that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. Это один чел, свихнувшийся и решивший, что раз у них не получилось объединить все миры, то почему бы их все не уничтожить? What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let these bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. Well, you wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zod, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunair. Это Тавнаир, а там Нарунаир. Интересно. И вот ответ на мой вопрос. Остров существовал. We are safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water, and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Просто изолируем, никого не подпускаем и отправляем туда иногда разведчиков, у которых есть защита. Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they are ready. У них дальнобойного оружия здесь никакого нету. У них магия есть с другой стороны. It occurs to me that I have yet to properly introduce our company. We're the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in this land. Be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers of Eorzea in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? Da. So, it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Yep. Вы здесь в одиночестве. Никто вам не поможет. Ха-ха-ха. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was an enlightening for you as it was for them. Так, ладно, где эта руда? As an initial nation, and trading hub both, Razat Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see for yourself, for your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you to the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need to follow the road east. Upon the Hamza, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. И мы больше не встретимся. А? О! Не обратно на нем. Да-да. Should it become separated from... Да-да-да-да. Кто стал брони много лет назад? Во всем виноват моя бывшая и серия YouTube анимаций .mov MOV. Меня заинтересовали мемы. Вернее, я очень много видел мемов на эту тематику. Очень много. Это меня заинтриговало. И изначально я начал это смотреть просто для того, чтобы понять больше мемов. Так что меня в прямом смысле на это подсадил демон. Один конкретный демон с Ютуба. Ага. Вот что это такое. Я думал, это постройка какая-то издалека. Смотрел. Нет, это здесь камушки-то бывают. No sooner do you arrive at your destination, that the Hamza dashes off. Прямо из-под моей задницы. Это мовы про сарай, которые... В том числе про сарай, да. Кто-то что-то крафтит, я слышу. Вы посмотрите на этого. Вы посмотрите на эту картоху с картохой. Жарящую картоху. Что я вижу? Что я там вижу? Иди сюда. Я тебя сейчас трону. Трогаю. А как отсюда мне выбраться? Здесь я не запрыгну. Парку не допрыгнул. Я могу на это запрыгнуть? Могу. Вау. Из воды подпрыгнуть примерно на метр. То есть... Aye, this is indeed the Gainesville grounds. And I am Zenya. Is there something you require? Камни, которые вы здесь добываете. Genial for the alchemist, you say? But of course, they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the towers, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Frick. Here you are, a sack of the purest Gangal. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, I'll let the good folk at the great work know that we are grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Шик. Мне нравится, как в этом крохотном... на этом крохотном островке все, во всяком случае, большинство людей, они просто сразу сплочились и такие: окей, погнали, у нас есть проблема, давайте ее решать. Я открываю здесь карту. Окей, а где следующий? Southeast. 400 туда. То бишь рядом с этим, с Полака стенд. No phone. О, я притащил песочек. A hempen sack filled to the brim with the chunks of the purest gangal. Welcome back in my head. I hope you have the gangal. Да. Целый мешок. Один. Песочек для кошечек. Я так понимаю, это своего рода глина. Oh my, such fine specimen. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test. So, please take your ease while you can. Yo. О, мы отдыхать будем? Я думаю, это будет озвучено. Что это за мелодия? Хайдалин?
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Не Хайдалин. А это трио.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
Determination. Упертые слоны, прут на
They had
пролом.
better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault.
Yep.
That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Йоу, успокойся.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
А. Даниэль.
What is it? What did you see?
Фон Дэниел. Спасибо.
Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
О, блин.
At long last!
Я бы побежал обратно. Круговую оборону занимать.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Насколько
With
долго?
such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
Это правда.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place. To accompany me to the Tower of Zot.
Тебя?
Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Ты в курсе, что ты чуть больше меня? Oh, you needn't ask. Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
Рулевой вопрос.
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example.
Мы могли бы проверить на какой-нибудь
Should
курице
I
сперва.
fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Погнали. Наконец-таки я отправляюсь в башню. С самого начала меня нужно было отправить в башню. Здесь по берегу поскачем. Тю-дю-дю-дю-дю. Я думаю, нас внутри будет Фон Дэниел ждать. Башенка. Опять-таки, все-таки я не понимаю, чей это дизайн. Больше всего напоминает Magi, который Math, неважно, которые пытались свалить во время эпохи Мэджай в 13-е отражение. Но опять-таки оно только напоминает, не тот же самый дизайн. И пусть это и асинское строение, оно не... В нем нет элементов дизайна асинов. Что у асинов оно все большое, грандиозное и доминирующее. Radiant Soldier, привет. Погнали. This is rather finer boat than I had expected, but I wouldn't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Почему мы просто с тебя изначально не свяжем, а потом заведем просто в зону действия башни? Потом мы могли бы просто вывести тебя из зоны действия башни и излечить тебя от порабощения. У нас есть технология. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sake, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Погнали.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
Я бы на твоем месте эту штуку прикрепил к множеству элементов твоей одежды.
Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
Мне нравится дизайн этого амулетика, талисмана. Потому что на нем есть кристаллы каждого из видов эфирита.
A few more steps.
И failed.
Praise be to the sisters,
Okay.
we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
Сейчас закроется. Не закрылось? Что-то мы об этом не подумали. Ведь их сюда доставляют. Чей это дизайн? Какого черта? Оу. Некоторые слоники, кажется, уже отжили свое.
Oh, there we go! Oh, there we go!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Блин.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old. А, если они полноценные. What are you talking about?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian.
Да.
I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am.
Можем такое с Азим сделать? Это было бы офигенно.
How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded.
Да, угадаю, ты из 13-го отражения.
I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Ты
Then I
Азам...
expect you've heard of me.
Не Азем, а...
The old me.
Который в шляпе большой в башне тусует, нет? Амон.
Your service.
Чел в шляпе.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
Поэтому они напали на... Оу.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor.
Он изобрел клонирование.
And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest.
Да-да-да, в
An
России.
inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Armon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
Если, конечно, ты заключишь сделку с демонами из 13-го отражения.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation.
Да что там он, который был в башне, это был клон.
Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
Он оптимист. Я так посмотрю. Окей. Он, естественно, уже свалил.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see you.
Xenos! Чисто форма это немного напоминает изнутри. Чисто форма это немного напоминает да, драконье строение. Не знаю, когда драконы и люди жили в мире. Ah, you returned, but where is Mistress Nadhana? Я проголодался. Вот где она. When is the preserve? Just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the Great Work. Ау. А можем здесь сделать так. Вжух. У-у-у. Вжух. Новости подождут. Я чую еще один эфиритовый кусок. Yes. Где он? О да, в хорошую погоду, в солнечную, это место намного лучше, блядь. Ох. Это выглядит волшебно. Магично. Угол. О, go. Stepchild. Why are the Matanga everywhere? Has this town fallen? Ah, your face. It is known to me. You are the warrior who fought for the mole at Nadam. I'm a girl of the Rain. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. Oh, ты умрешь. Yet how I have foolishly blundered into a den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? The Arkasodara, a civilized tribe. I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me. If you encounter a Matanga, you turn tail and flee, as fast and far as you can. Her tails were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them they terrorizes unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to bind passage from this nightmare island as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this Kankana person the sailors told me about. She is said to have work that pays a fair wage, so I will see what she has for me. Плохая новость насчет нее, она тоже матанга. Еее! Еще спрашивается, почему мне не нравятся ящерицы эти. Пожалуйста, расизм. Рам-парам. Почему зод не достается, кстати? Только сейчас обратил внимание. Ха-ха, я ее предупреждал. The Dark Mother, when no one told me Kankana was a Matanga. Could I ask you to speak with her in my stead? Welcome to the Ayodli Man, traveler. I am Kankana, and it is my job to assist the right worker. Aside. Might I have your name? Imaiha and Ogle, was it? Let me jot this down. Oh, grandmother, why did it have to be a Matanga? Is your companion quite alright? Yeah, phobia. Slonov. Ah, an understandable reaction. The Gajasura tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people. You are looking for work, though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can get since the troubles began. So I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what left, I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you can do? Fighting? I can fight. As you doubt, my skill is likened to that of the Dragonbane, the legendary Chakrazo himself. I'm not familiar with the name, but you sound formidable one, indeed. Why don't we start you out on escort duty then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials and ask that I send any prospective protectors their way, should I happen to enlist any. What? They already set off? Is our duty not to escort them? There to be a ritual dance performed by a jar of footsteps. They'll need incense and customs for the dances such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. And these artisans you speak of, do they also include Matangi in the number? It was an Arkasadara who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem. Oh, not at all. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. I cannot do this alone. Pray lend me the strength of the victor of the Nadam. And half the reward for this task will be yours. Okay. Почему нет? Звучит очень просто. The artisans didn't want to venture far. Leave Yellowham to the west, and you should soon come across the employer. Then that is where we shall meet. You will find me there, yes? Yes. Ой, это совсем рядом. Task Mother, give me courage. Ah, you must be our belated escort, yes? Glad to have such courageous, is your companion not well? She seems a touch shaky. Of course, I should have thought of it before. I shall harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisans stay here. That way I have no need to fear that mom being harmed. Perfect. Он даже не спросил, что он собирать. I must say, this is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the wilds, and I wanted someone to roam around and ensure that they were safe from attack. Is your friend perhaps frightened by the Arkasadara? I've met such travels before. Well, no matter. If you could patrol the area as I asked, I must attend to my own harvesting. Okay? Keep an eye out for her as you continue your patrol. Бежит. Бежит жучара. О, нет. О, нет. Йо, она на одного слона свалила. Почему она не атакует? Эй. Ты почему не атаковала? Tasks, trunks, bone crushing feet. Эй. You must think me foolish. I was so absorbed in my tasks that I failed to notice the ground shaking in their approach. Still, my injuries are light and my satchel is full. Thanks to you. I think I can make it back to town in time to meet the others. Летит кто-то. Кто-то новому... Ой, такого он не видел. Кто... Что-то по типу... Феникса, только на котором летаешь, не в которого превращаешься. What happened? Did you slay the beast? Одно из двух. That was a new thing. I took the first one by surprise, but the second... Knowing that hunger stood at my back. My mind froze and my body refused to obey. Your mother taught that we should let the fear wash over us like water. But to my shame, I could not have failed more thoroughly. Not to sound ungrateful, Imaha, but why did you follow me? We were to patrol. Forgive me. I should have waited for orders instead of running off alone and putting lives in peril. Come, we shall return to our employer. I want to be sure that the wounded man reach safety. He dead. У него развилась гангрена, и он умер на следующий день. Тю-тюм. И ничего они поделать не могли. Эй, она меньше трясется. Deep breaths. Let it wash over you. My colleague told me of his rescue. Although he had hoped for an escort from the start. Imagine if you hadn't come at all. I've sent him and the others back to the workshop. So consider your duty with us complete. You have my thanks. As for your payment, that you can collect from Kankana. Right. I suppose we report to Kankana then. Yep. Шик. Мисо! Я не был голодным, теперь я голодный. Я сегодня ничего не ел, и я вспомнил, что я ничего не пил только перед тем, как сел стримить. Блин, красный чокобо. Хочу красного чокобо. Моя задача выполнена и удалилась. Выглянула из-за угла, прошептала «Еда!» и свалила. I had no such troubles in Domok, Ghana, I assure you. This is different. There you are. Your employer expressed satisfaction with your work, so congratulations on the job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned, to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard pressed to make everything ready. But when times are hard, the people of Tavanair rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teachings of the divine. The death of an artisan would have thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue was timely indeed. Please accept your payment, half each as agreed upon. And you interested in further work? I may have something for you, if so. Нет. О, может быть. Матанга on the way. Возьмем. Ладно, посмотрим. Ready to tackle another job then? This one was registered by a local fisherman asking for help with murdering monsters. Ordinarily, the Radiant host keeps the most of the wildlife in check, but these days there just haven't been enough blades to spare. You'll want to speak with the fisherman himself for the details. I couldn't read the scroll he left for a name, but he is an Arcasadora and should be found fishing the waters from the western shore. Wait, another Matanga? Yamaiha, you could always use more coin, yes? Because I could certainly benefit from your wise and experienced company. А почему нет? Деньги не пахнут. A fine pair of hunters who shall make. Come, let us speak with this Arcasadora fisherman. Do-do-do-do-do. Далеко. Во. Что это такое? Что если это маунт, который дается за прохождение всех, как там, экстримов, да, экстримов в даунтрейле. Это с пандемониума. Окей, я даже не знаю, что такое пандемониум. Саважного. Окей. Вот ответ, не придется мучить человека допросами. Спасибо. Отвали. Нет. Я не черепаха. Рейд Endwalker. О. Must overcome this. Привет. Come to take care of the monsters, have you? About damn time. We're fine with, we're out in the water, of course. But even a fisher needs to take walk on land every now and again. And the trails grow more perilous by the day. I've managed to sneak through without a scratch so far, but friends of mine haven't been so fortunate. Look to the others around here, they'll tell you. I must need your help with that, Yamaiha. Speaking with Arcasadora is still challenging for me. Российская. Should we do this together then? Yes, fine. Good idea. О, она теперь за мной будет бегать, окей. Бежит, бежит. У меня теперь 2 компаньона. Давайте сделаем это 3. Не то. У меня теперь 3 компаньона. You want to hear about monsters? I saw 3 big brutes on my way from Yali to Yaliman. Never seen the like around these parts before. Okay. То бишь между этой деревней и этой. На берегу. Attacked by wildlife. Oh, yes. Well, I was howling a catch back to town. Dropped a lot and fled for my life. The roads used to be safe enough. Now. Okay. А и не только на берегу, но и на дороге. You want a story? Then when I left Akiali the other day, I almost walked straight into a fiend with a tongue as long as my arm. Йоу, эти крутые ящерки с холма. Barely escaped being gobbled up in the spot. Йоу. Это крутые ящерки. Классно, целая компашка. В других финалках ты вроде бы всегда бегаешь в компании, именно в пати каком-то, нет? So, we understand how, now, why we had to send for help. Understand that you have a problem with a long-term birds terrorizing your roads. Those creatures are what we call Isaka. Потому что они пишут. Yeah. Without the army sending out regular patrols, it seems the inland monsters have begun expanding their territories. But they've forgotten their fear of us, and that's when people start dying. I need you to remind them. But you found and slain this overly bold Isaka. I ask that you bring me one of their carcasses. There is something I've been curious about. Okay. Мне нравится ее наряд вообще. Very well. Let us make of this contest, shall we? The first to topple a Pisaka is a victor. Okay. Never seen anyone so eager to throw herself headlong into the Pisaka's jaw. Shouldn't you be chasing after her? Нам спешить некуда. У меня еще прилично чая. О, не, виноват, казалось. Ау, это в этой порушенной деревушке. Которая вроде как будет местом для местного трайба. Я так понимаю, трайбом здесь будут именно эти слоны. О, какие же они классные. Ha! First kill is mine. Your mother always said that the hunter should be swift, like a diving yawl. Would you mind tracking down the other two? Once they saw what I did to their friend, they fled to the northwest. I can haul this lamp back to the beach while I finish the hunt. If you're so keen on fainting, you would be alone with the Ancestadora. My fear of Matanga has begun to ebb somewhat. Now go, before some other poor soul crosses paths with these monsters. Okay. Оно того стоило. В оформлении отношений с племенами из Стормблада того стоило. Есть вот эта курица теперь. Жалко, летать не дают здесь. Do-do-do-do. Ау. Ау. Погнали обратно. Что-то этот конек постоянно упадает. Именно. Из всего огромного выбора почему-то она вываливается часто. Soundboss. Now for that end was heavy. Ah, there you are. Your friend is stronger than she looks. We had to load the carcass onto the boat to carry it away. What of the Pisaka's packmates? Did you find them? Да, их больше никто не найдет. Oh, slain then. This is good. Of course she slew them. Sons of Yemai has deeds a son across the steppe. My aching arms would like to know why you wanted the remains, though. Why else? To make use of its parts. The scales can be spun into silver. And the meat would fill our pots. The bones and teeth we can craft into the hooks and other tools. We kill nothing for the sake of killing, even murderous monsters. The two bodies you left behind will serve as a warning to the others of their kind. If it keeps them away, then no more blood need to be shed. It seems our tribes share similar customs when it comes to using every part of the kill. As grandmother always said, be not wasteful of the lives you take to sustain your own. You're so very different from your kin, the Gajasura. Oh, so that's why you've been avoiding my gaze. If your only experience with Matanga has been our brutal cousins, then you'll find the Ancasadora an agreeable lot by comparison. Might even make a few friends, eh? Here's your payment. And well earned, I say. Yay, деньги! Money, money, money. Another job finished. We should report to Kankana that she might strike it from the list. Let me know when you're done basking in the success of our hunt, and we can return to the Yedlin Plan. Салатик. Салатик. The salad tossed with light dressing and filled with chopped amra fruit is a sweet and savory treat. Ooh. Кисло-сладкие салаты, мои любимые. Except. Ready then? I've been counting the contents of my coin purse. I have enough to buy passage on the ship, but as for food and other supplies, well, I would feel more comfortable with the pay from one more job weighing down my belt. You can see me through just one more, yes? At the very least, always make our report to Kankana and ask what else she has an offer. Come. Show me how elite of foot you are, champion. Все превращают в соревнование. рыба. Скрывает пасть только в прыжке. А, слепой черепах. А где наша... Где наша ящерица? Или мы ее опередили? You might have. Safely back from your work on the shore, I see. But where is Ghoul? Or Ghoul? Gull. My coin purse! Some slippery son of a zo! Snatch it from me. Reason as you please. Reason as you please. I lost sight of him in the market along with all my worldly wealth. How am I to pay for lodging? Or food? Already my belly cries and protests. Oh, you poor thing. And after all the good work you've done for us, you will stay with me tonight, I insist. You take me in? I saw that. You looked me right in the eye. Finally warming up to us. Akasadora, are you? I can barely see you through my tears, but yes. Maybe now I can stand to be in the same room with Matanga. Some of them, anyway. I'm glad to hear it. Here, and I'll lend you a few coins as well. We can't have you running around without a kilo to your name. Thank you. In fact, why don't we head to my house now, and we can fill that complaining belly of yours. You're more than welcome to join us in my house. Халявная еда. Мы всегда за. Я так понимаю, она не отправится домой. Ну, или в любое другое место. Она здесь останется. Будет тусовать со слонами теперь. Ушистый? А это откуда? Стоп, это Йети или это... Не, это Губу, судя по... Это либо Йети, либо Губу, только пушистый. Я не помню, как Йети выглядят из... Не, это не Йети. Губу другая модель была. Это золотой свиток, если не ошибаюсь, с книжки. Золотой свиток с книжки. Окей. Oh, you might have something terrible has happened. I've been robbed. Ты тоже? There's a boy jumping out of the window as we approached. And when I looked inside, all my belongings had been turned upside down. I will set off in pursuit of the thief, but hasn't returned. Do you think you could catch up with her, and see if everything's alright? I'll look up here. And you can meet me back at my offices when you have found her. Класс. Можно я его четвертую? Пожалуйста, ну позязю. Что он сулил? Damn. I lost him again. Chloe's Gold Certificate of Commendation. О, это у Хлои получается. Okay. I swear, it was that same Hurrian boy. Это все люди. A boy who made of with my current purse. His size, his clothing, it all matches. I was willing to cut my losses and earn my guild, but this insult to my host, it will not stand. Grandmother always said to repay one's favors. And by the Dusk Mother, I want to do just that. Will you help me find justice for Kankana? Окей, погнали. Ты будешь рубить ему руки, я ноги. И если он уже потратил все эти деньги, мы, все, что отрубим, переработаем, приготовим сэндвичи, будем продавать. План. Then we start by asking around for more information. I have a feeling we are not the only ones who have fallen foul of this thieving urchin. The swifter we react, the better our chances, yes? As I will split up, gather what clues we can, then meet back at Kankana's offices. Okay. Значит, местная стража обыском занимается, в кавычках. There was another robbery? I wonder if the same boy I found in my house the other day. He yelled that he was sorry, and when I saw the desperation in his face, I didn't have the heart to chase after him. Wow. Wow. Ничего, мы его найдем. Genocide. Йоу, окей, привет. This is second-hand information, mind you, but I hear that the thief you're looking for is barely more than a child. Sad, isn't it? How terrible things have become that a young boy is forced into a life of crime just to survive. Не обязательно. Кто его знает, может он очень даже богат. Может он настолько богат, что это единственное, что доставляет ему удовольствие. Воровство. А потом дойдет до убийств. Стоп. Нет, это не квест. Ага, вижу. У той лодки. Я думал, здесь такой же значок восклицательный, как у портеров, как они называются. There is a rush of pickpocketing. Oh yes, I have heard several stories. They say it's likely the work of a same criminal. Класс, пообщались. Кстати, погода. Northwind. Ilsebord for east. Ilsebord, окей. Оп, спойлер. Окей, мы в Гарлем отправимся. А? Я как бы понимаю, что это все провинция. Ага. Мы отхватим целую провинцию Гралмалда? Ой, да, ой. Им надо намного лучше прятать информацию. Ал Champion, what have we discovered? Это один тот же чел. И он ворует, чтобы насытить свою эго, да. So, our tale was a similar one. And what I heard from the local children was even more disturbing. They told me a man, ranger, approached them with the promise of work and easy coin. I have no proof this offer is connected with the recent robberies, but it does seem suspicious. And if this stranger truly is recruiting young ones to steal for him, then he is the one I would punish for these crimes. We just need to find him first. Ratchet Hunt closing its gates left many struggling to make a living. And the appearance of that ghastly tower sparked a chain of events that still has the Reading host spread too thin on too many fronts. Under the circumstances, a rise in crime is to be expected. We are fortunate then to have the two of you here to act as behalf of the lawkeepers. So please accept this as payment. We cannot expect you to work on an empty stomach. Money, money, money. Горломалт уже погряз в разрухе и гражданской войне. Это да, это понятно. Просто не ожидал, что мы будем присоединять его к местам, куда у нас есть свободный доступ абсолютно. Я думал, что он будет, ну, останется таким местами для одноразового посещения по типу как The Burn. A new hunt begins. Come, we must track down the one behind all this. But we're still not sure if the stranger is actually involved in the robberies, let alone where to start looking for him. That is a simple way to find out. We'll lure our boy thief into stealing from me again. If what we suspect is true, then we will likely take any ill-gotten gains directly to his patron. So, I will play the part of an unguarded traveler, flaunting a heavy purse of some such he might have. We keep watch for the little pickpocket, and be ready to follow him when he makes his move. Should he lead you to some shady figure, then I want you to herd them both to the west. I will circle around and be lying in wait to spring an ambush. That's really quite clever, Ogle. I'm impressed. Your mother always said, if you want to catch the big fish, don't spare the bait. The same idea applies to slippery criminals. Right then, let us take our place in the town square and lay the trap for our quarry. I will try to make the lure somewhat obvious, so you can see it being stolen from afar. Сейчас мы увидим ее с мешком по типу как у Санта-Клауса, в который как раз поместится один ребенок. И она даже не переоделась. Ну ёкалабаны. Хотя ладно, раз множество детей в этом замешано, неважно, кто у нее украдет. Его совершенно не смутит, что 2 меча у нее. Ooh. Погнали. Погнали, забьем мелкого шкеда. И это пролетело. Look worry from a safe distance, though. Objective will end if in failure if you ever noticed. Stealth? Не, вот здесь никого, успокойся. Оу. Здесь никого. Шш. Шш. Тихо. Дружкет. The boy thief has led you to a suspicious-looking Arkansas man. Duty completed, did it. А, блин, у меня чай кончился. Oh, you're a proper little scoundrel, aren't you? Nice work. I'll fetch the rest of the goods, and then you'll get your cut. Boo! God damn it! Berkshire, I told you to check the trails. The trails. You or your family to learn of our arrangement. Now run! Chase them up. Погнали. А ну идите сюда. Стоп, из этих отметок они. Это. На жуках летают. Так, вы за камнем прячетесь? Ага. Оу. Is out cold. А, окей. Я думал, она его прирезала уже. My apologies, Imaha. I intended to circle around as planned, but when I heard how he yelled at a child, my rage could not be contained. His mother always said, "They also prey on the weak, undeserving of mercy." So I beat him senseless. Full of matanga. When he awakes, he will find himself in the custody of the Radiant host. Miss, I'm sorry you got hurt because of me. I'm sorry for taking your belongings. Apology accepted, young one. It's a brave thing to admit when you are wrong. Help me explain the situation to your lawkeepers, and we can steer you back into the right path. If you say so, miss. Фу, принесла. I will get this refuse to the nearest guard's house. Inform Kankana of our success. Она намного сильнее, чем кажется. Чего я бегу? У меня маунты есть, которые кажутся медленнее, чем мой бег. Выделываются маунтами, которые у меня тоже есть. Почему у меня нет маунтов, которых ни у кого нет? Хотя не, у меня есть несколько ивентовских маунтов, которые теперь можно только знают купить. Так что, эй, хоть что-то. Хоть чем-то я могу выделываться. Oh well, is everything alright? You might have told me what happened. All is well. They began interrogating the man before I left, and he was bubbling about where he stashed the stolen goods. The soldiers planned to recover the cash and return the items to their rightful owners. Praise to the sisters. There were certain personal articles, things very dear to me, that I had thought lost forever. Oh, I should also mention Arakashir, the boy thief. It seems his parents were out of work and begging for scraps. His were crimes of necessity, and after seeing the considerable remorse he showed for his actions, I decided to let him keep the coin he took from me, as well as my share of the reward from the Radiant Host. His grandmother always said, children are the greatest treasure of all. I can hardly let him and his family starve now, can I? Могла бы. How will you pay for the passage now? Она никуда не собирается. Вот как. I can own it back again easily enough. And since I have tamed my fear of the Ancasadara, there is no need to rush. I will take my time and explore all the wonders this island has to offer. Thank you, Maiha, for staying at my side for this long. But I think I continue on alone. Speaking of which, Kankana, have you any new tasks available? Ah, my dear Agal, I have the perfect job for you. I actually have business with the employer myself, so we can head off together, if you like. Together. Yeah. Помогли российской ящерице быть менее расистской. Yeah. There you go, Yumaiha. I hadn't forgotten your half of the reward. May your adventures be many and your hunt successful. Nice, nice. Okay. Okay. Паркур. Так, теперь у нас остается вернуться сюда, доложить таки о похищении слона. Такие дела. Так уж получилось. Мы не виноваты. Но это само собой произошло. Йоу, это классный жук. Робожук какой-то. Я увидел, правда, всего одно мгновение. Something gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? Fandaniel случился. So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread wary lest we ended Nathana and the other captives. and danger. The satrap of Razzathan. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, and Hannah's colleagues included. I'll call them together for gathering. But I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Okay? Pogledali? Oh, Nidhana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, is still alive, yes? Mm-hmm. Насколько мы знаем. Then we must make wooden scales, as many as we can. Для армии. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Yep, хороший план. Aye. As alchemist, this is how we will help win the fight. Окей. Что бы это ни было, мне нужно срочно способ производства их. Сейчас же. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the wooden scales with you. And for our viewers and visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. Okay. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razzathan on audience with His Excellency? Да, погнали. We should be honored, of course. Close cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Gandgal grounds, and I will show you into the city. Йоу! Нас в город пустят? Паркур. Не летается. А может и пустят. Шиншилла. Бронированная шиншилла, плюющаяся водой. Вы знакомые мобы? Вас мы видели. Это что за маунт? Окей. Оу. Оу. Это обрыв. Обойдем его стороной. Или нам в него? Кажется, нет. Жирафики. Я все-таки не понимаю, как мы можем быть здесь, в то время как Розетхан здесь. Или это не Розетхан? Оу. Вот спойлер. Почему мне просто не поменяли это на значки вопроса? When last I visited the city, it was brimming with life. I expect the tower has dampened the mood somewhat. But here on the Orzia, all share the desire to deliver the captives. Thus, united, I pray that we may join a common cause with the satrap. Of the satrap, I only know the common tidbits. That though the position is hereditary, he is not considered a sovereign. And that, despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Given the esteem of which the locals hold him, however, it's safe to assume he is good at his job. We could do far worse, one ally. Но если это просто один и тот же человек, который просто со сменой поколений выдает себя за сыновей себя. Or present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. They have been granted special permission. I ask that you remain close to me in all times. Оу, мы, видимо, не отправимся в город, но мы просто... Там экскурсию проведут по нему.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things.
Сейчас, бац, магическое око нас не пропустит. Эй, котик. А, нет, не котик.
Its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
What's at Han? Oh.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Стойбища какие-то. Виноградник без винограда был.
Here we are. Magaduta.
Магадута. О. Bad. Виноват.
seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzadhan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Я тебе не доверяю, ты ящерица. Not everything went to the plan.
I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
Дракон, говорящий на человеческом языке.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Он в трейлере был.
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Вритра. Ну имя.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's former spawn, I was last to hatch.
Он самый молодой. О. Ути-пути.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzadhan had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz at-Han.
But if Ritra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Но почему?
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end.
Okay.
I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radz at-Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my wit."
Блин, окей.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
Окей. Хорошо.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz at-Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me.
Здрасте.
Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Padalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear.
Договорились?
Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions.
Шик.
And
Отлично.
should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
Еще, окей. Я за.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
Да. Только не забывайте, что это его чешуйки.
Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Charlian is in order.
И он ушел.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rads at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
Yeah.
I am in thy debt.
Да уж они отсюда свалят. Да бишь, с какой-то стати этот Вритра, он свалит отсюда? Да, нас не пустили туда. Не открылся городок. Пусти, не пускают. If our course of action is decided, let's not tarry. That we should encounter one of the first brood in such a circumstance. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Charlian and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zod. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea. Да, хорошая идея. Окей. Окей. Туда мы пока не пойдем. Туда нас пока не водили. Но я проверю это место на South. 200. Что здесь? Неважно. Тысяча телепорту. 1000. Ёкало. Ух. Ой, денежки. Больно. Жалко. Коть. Кот. Коть. Коть. Так. Почему? Почему здесь нельзя маунтов использовать? Коть. Эй, здрасте. Мы вернулись, а? The conflict between Nidhogg and I is in the past. Though they were brothers, it has no bearing on my view. Vritra. Above all else, he's a leader of men, not an enemy. He would hardly dedicate his life to this endeavor if he bore our kind any ill will. Vritra and his alchemists have prepared us for our foray into the tower. What we may accomplish within its twisted halls remaineth to be seen. The Arcasadara, lounging Telferoid chains, doth forward us of the nature of our fall. Yet the gods of Thavnir will be summoned to thrall us. Yep, 3 сестры. Правда, пока видели только 2. Just as I was getting used to Balmy Tavern, we're back in chilly Charlian. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, your investigation here remains, but when that's over, we can take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Шик, с вами закончили. И я думаю, это хорошее место, чтобы сделать перерыв. Сейчас схожу, сделаю себе еще кофеек и вернусь. Скоро буду. Трам-парам, трам-парам. И правда, не та заглушка. Должна была быть вот это. Но я вернулся. Так. Что ж, продолжим. Не, начнем. Начнем эту часть. Мне хотя бы спаги дадут. За этот квест мне ничего не дали, за этот квест мне ничего не дали. О. Что ж, будем пытаться разобраться, что Шарлины от нас скрывают. Что этот форум прячет у себя. Явно что-то связанное с телепортацией. Потому что, как мы выяснили из квестов, связанным с Травнаилом, два ведущих исследователя телепортации, они были отправлены на какое-то секретное исследование форума. Прям-прям. Может, они пытаются найти способ телепортации на Луну, раз Луна тут так часто мерцает. Мелькает. Ладно. An unsettling change has come over Charlene. But together we will divine the underlying curse of the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a conclusion as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I begin scouring Charlene's archives of historical records of any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of reinforcement, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Enter the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Да, я знаю, где он. Вот там были. Это заглядывал. Окей, ребят, мы пошли книжечки читать. Ти-ри-ти. Практически не сражались все это время. Я все пытаюсь телепорт. Опа. Sides of the End. Это новый квест, тебя там не было. Синенький квестик. Он там где-то. Бога. Бога. Бога, Отя. Прикольно наряженная Кося. А, стоп, сюда зайти можно? Нет. With Ironheart. Привет. Beg pardon, good madam. I could scarce help but notice that sightseeing log on your parcel. You would happen to be an adventurer my niece wrote about, would you? Да. Окей, это короткий квест. So it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm Babbitt Ironheart, Milith-owned and a seasoned explorer. Be a dear and hand me that log of yours. Milith told me all about how she helped you embark on exploration of your own. So it's only right that I share with you some wisdom of my own. Что это за композиция на фоне постоянно? Это не песня. Let me see here. Oh, I can't forget to mention that. I'm done. Ой, коготки. Я знаю, где она взяла эти коготки. Ой, я знаю, где она взяла эти на рукавнике. You shall be all set, dear. I've jotted down everything I've heard about the most remarkable visits the realm has to offer. Of course, a few notes I've shared not most than rumors. Some describing locales so fantastical that I can barely believe they exist. But as I always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. So go forth, dear, and see what sort of journey these hints take you on. That sightseeing log of yours won't feel itself, you know. Sightseeing log expanded. Yep. Yep. Мы теперь можем делать вот так вот в новых местах. Yeah. Бога. Мне нравится это имя Бога. Не знаю. Отстранись, я иду. Забавно. О, мерзкий кофеек. Вообще, ладно, не так уж плохо, он просто со вкусом какого-то то ли гриба, то ли ореха вышел. Я не знаю, как я такой кофе делал. Я умудряюсь. Я молодец. Я вот здесь красиво. Мне подняться по лестнице надо. Беготня еще не перезарядилась. Мышцы еще. Оп, оп. Отдохнули мышцы. Криль нас ждет здесь. О, стоп, я на это забраться могу? Что это надо забрать? Yes! Слушай, игра. Нет, ну ладно. Паркур. Ow. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Charlene's greatest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many, if that, at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface, like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Gubal library pale in comparison to the Numenon endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlene is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Ishtola and Raha. Она все еще зовет Иштолу с приставкой ее племенной, в время как Раху просто Раха называет. and how to investigate those. Meanwhile, Arisai and Alfino will help me continue my search for the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Stalin history of foreign policy. Your task will be to find any study the relevant publications. Find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet up at the stone benches over those ones they've found some prominent tomes. Happy reading. Погнали читать. Жаба. Тоже забавное имя. The title of the spine reads The Story of Charlene. Da. Long ago, on an island in the Northern Sea, there lives a Roigadin man by the name of Ninkrep. Ninkrep was a student of astrology, and he divided that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled the crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Norkem's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel into pieces. With only moments to spare, Norkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop a Balashia spine. Мы его видели. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them. But it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supplies of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Ninkrep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers, and abandoned the ark to those redden pigs. They journeyed to the coast, where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. A settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Charlene, who live on to this day. Почему он называется Старый Шарлин? Есть ли Новый Шарлин? Road of Old, the colony. Many years ago, on the bank of the Baileak, on the Dravanian hinterlands, a Charlene colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structure and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students, hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlines. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize that what had become a fledgling town as an official Charlian colony. The Origin residents took to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlian inhabitants of the past, if pressed for the name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it another name, Idleshire. The following chapters go on introducing the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover the history of Charlian Motherland in great detail. Окей, то бишь старый Шарлин название, оно не пришло из-за формирования Идлшайра, тамошней колонии. Они все так же оба назывались Шарлин. Окей. Третий том. During the chaos of the Sixth Orbital Calamity, Archon Ninka, founder of Charlian, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of disaster. Upon raising a settlement on the island of Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Charlian took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom upon the foundation of accumulated learning. They built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise would be bartered for wealth of coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trial and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlian would live by their founders' teachings, for the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star. They would screw the tools of war, and with the knowledge deliver the world. Окей. Окей, они не вступают в войны, но у них обязанность спасти мир знанием. По сути, если у них есть какие-то знания, они обязаны им поделиться. Voice of the Growing City. Я все здесь прочитаю. In the years which followed the foundation of Charlian, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delay of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in the attempt to curtail protracted discussions. But in the year 201 of the Sixth Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of nationwide vote. That was the forum as we know it today, conceived and created. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Shaolin history and the foundation of the forum, and outside for the rendezvous point and await your companions. Либо же продолжать читать. Лор. Это что у нас такое? Introduction to the Heavens. Привет. Have you ever gazed at the sky above and contemplated the mysteries containing therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, the scholars' depiction of boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why your own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the internal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed be so forever? Do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? Блин, они знают про космос. Во всяком случае, они знают про космос от информации, которую они почерпали от Алага, от того, что осталось от империи Алага. Forever 20 Summers. Бессмертие? My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put a loading before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices. But one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever your age, when you discover this manual, let that be the age you inspire to remain. Though mindful, healthy living, will you expend the time available to spend upon your chosen research? Another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp the greater truth you pursue. In the pages that follow, you will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from biological, ethereological, and arcane viewpoints. Okay. Это не эликсир бессмертия, или заклинание бессмертия, или что-то такое. Это просто рекомендация о здоровой пище и там упражнениях и... Привет. Yes. Шик. Йоу, газибо. Чем газибо отличается от беседки? Лучше фундаментом. The more you know. Где все? Где остальные? Sorry, were you waiting long? Не, всего 2 дня. I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alfino and Kryl should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles of the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically, so I have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. The greatest, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alfino and I were to return to Charlene, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. Oh, блин, их не то что лишили фамилии, их изгнали из дома. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that your efforts to understand his position and that of the forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. Да, вы эльфы, у вас есть время. And what of you, Raha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Oh, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlene, yes, but I was born rather further away. Миросиде? Yes. In the southern reaches of Ilzebot, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt on Corvus, the coastal region opposite the island of Tavnair. Huh. The Elegans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subsequent tribes of Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. And when the Fourth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvus braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, and they might prevent the remnants of elegant technology from being misused. That they... Isn't Corvus under Kalin rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of a local culture remains, as the case with the most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Animus. Amonus. Mongus? When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Oh. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Algon civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Algon Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Alag. And the last children with the Alagan Eye. As the last children with Alagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends in the students of Baldesin, who had me registered as a Charlene citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me. It wasn't a kind question. Even thanked it was taken in by Archangel, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and the rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with a sufficient perspicacity. Это что такое? Это новое слово. Привет, новое слово. Ты мне не нравишься, это слишком долгое. Проницательность.
Perspicacity.
Perspicacity. And with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon, который ты заслужил. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish to it to remain a nation of which its citizen can be proud. Aww. Here. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the thrilling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books you might have. One company should be arriving any moment now. Aww. What was there now of Corvus? Precious little, I'm afraid. I've not returned since Master Galof first brought me here. I can tell you that Corvus rebels still seek to sleep the yoke of the Imperial Masters, although the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets. Flying carpets. The legends are quite extraordinary. Я так понимаю, мы отправимся на его родину. Вот эта вот часть Илзебарда, которая нам доступна будет, это, судя по всему, будет как раз его родиной. А отсюда вопрос. Встретим ли мы его родителей? There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events, if I can find anything to better inform the forum's baffling behavior. Опять не все вернулись. Где Штола? We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the picking were quite slim indeed. Mr. Skryl has already looked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. Здравия с возвращением. Так. Скачал ВХМА до 80-го. Сдушился. Это кто? Война? Я не помню, кого ты вкачал до 80-го. ВХМ. А. Nope. White Mag. Оу. Ию. Уф. Ию. Хиллер. Взял себе. Я астролог. Ию. Я не знаю, как люди играют хиллерами. Уважаю. Уважаю. Я не понимаю, я не могу. Это слишком для меня. Так, на чем я? As such, we will be looking into research papers under the Umbral calamities, as well as the articles written by the prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected sources. Остальные роли будут сложнее. Я к тебе не зайду, у тебя все сюжет да сюжет. Дерешься вообще. Да? Я в основном сейчас прохожу сюжетку. Потому что я хочу пройти сюжетку, чтобы мне никто не мог ничего заспойлерить. Да. А потом я уже буду так вариативностью всякой заниматься по типу данжей, рейдов и прочего. Фарм типичный. Speaking of which, I want to ask you a few questions related to the final days. I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. Okay, спрашивай. Амарот прикольная вещь. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Нестабильность магии. Они начали терять способность контролировать свою магию сотворения. Из-за этого они начали творить монстров, которые начинали сеять хаос. Complete destabilization of creation magics. Rebels of unraveled powers were summoned from the ether. Numbers of phenomena you can imagine. Первое. Ты даунтрелл бегаешь? Не, я только до Endwalker добрался. Это самое начало Endwalker. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors are raging from the sky, fire erupting from the ground. Indescribable abominations spawning, prowling the streets. It more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the acts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. Но стоп, а как же магия призыва? Это своего рода даже магия сотворения. Потому что при магии призыва ты так же, как при сотворении, берешь эфир, в данном случае из себя, и его превращаешь, кусок своей души, по сути, превращаешь в нечто новое. The best of my knowledge, however, these techniques were not preserved. or passed on. Y'shtola summarizes that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Essence. И саммонеры. Да ладно. Да ладно. Как она не может знать про саммонеров, когда я саммонер стою перед ней, а у Y'штолы сестра один из ведущих саммонеров в мире. Ладно. Was there else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The entire star was engulfed in disaster all at once. The set began with a keening sound from the land itself. Oh, да-да-да. Альфина, you can answer that one. Да-да-да. Я вспомнил, там был звенящий звук, который исходил просто из земли. Типа будто сама звезда, в кавычках. То есть сама планета звенела. Ah, yes. The Martins spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course. Thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually, it resonated all across the star, and not even Amarot was spared. So, the ground was crying out, you say. To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I have to speak with one of the Nominance Mammoths, and ask after any book which make mention of such a sound. Хорошая идея. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell with their unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Zodiac, чтобы он спас их от конца. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was there, these fledgling souls, they intended to render into Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of lives once absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venat and her fellows not manifest their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telephoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with these towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? Я думаю, второе. A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. Я думаю, второе. This all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? Окей. С другой стороны, я бы с удовольствием продолжил болтать про Яловскую империю и Асинский мир. Все такое. Это все интересно. Блин, лор в этой игре просто шикарный. We should keep up on an eye out on Vishtola. But this time we begin studying these research papers. Что там небось заснуло за этими книжками. Really is comforting to have all these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. Aww. Many forum members are also researchers or professors. If they're now out of the final days, that knowledge might surface in their writing. That is my hope, anyway. Okay. Ждем Мечтолу. Только она осталась. Это она застряла. Привет. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Ascent stocks produced 1 or 2 possible useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Oriangel learned of the source a reflection from the Garum oracles. With its potential to cause panic and confusion, the tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gubal Library. It's even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on the shelf for any curious scholars to find. Да. Сомневаюсь, что они бы положили что-нибудь по типу Некрономикона в легкой доступности для общественности. It stands to reason that that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortunaut with knowledge of the Telephoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that wherever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Я говорю, это, наверное, какое-нибудь предсказание. Not that I mean to excuse myself from a reading duty. Whether they contain a mention of the final days or not, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of a living, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Я все-таки думаю, у них астрологи что-то на астрологили и выяснили, как именно произойдет конец света. И они просто наверняка знают, что то, как мы думаем, произойдет конец света, это не то, как он реально произойдет. Поэтому они не беспокоятся о том, что мы думаем о том, что является концом света. You labor for what feels like an age as Ishtala's research assistant. The effort to gain Grahati's attention go unnoticed. He appears to be lost in his reading. Oh, yes. I found not of interest so far. I think Ishtala might be right about not getting our hopes up. Йоу, у нее стопку книг. С другой стороны, это наполовину моя стопка книг. Thank you for your help. Aww. Yeah. Yeah. I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any book of the subject I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a moment in the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. What's it? How does it? A seat at the last stand. Ready for the tea break, Maiha? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. Кстати, хорошая идея. Хотя бы какие-то упражнения для шеи делать. You know the last stand down the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Coffee. Йоу. Не воспринимай это как свиданку, окей? Это не свиданка. Просто коллеги. Делающий перерыв. Потому что было бы крайне странно, если я это воспринимала только свиданку. Вот что это за песня вот фоном сейчас играет? Новое что-то. Она слишком тихо и искаженная, чтобы я мог разобрать слова. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about Telefroy. Might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Хорошая идея. Люси с нами ходит теперь. Я могу ее куда-нибудь отвезти? Нет. Здравствуй, человек, который тут на свиданке со своим искусственным интеллектом. Как у тебя дела? But what is that? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectably require that you look elsewhere. You misunderstood, sir. We were simply wondering if you know of the Telefroy. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear and... Wait. You're that house a Levelio girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd hear you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims. And here you are giving truth to the rumor. Oh, thank you for leave me be. I've not to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Амнибайха. Класс. Нам стоило в одиночку этим заниматься. Стоп. Это реально бумажный пакет. Стоп, да, здесь же продают бургеры. Я не вижу бургеры. Стоп, это сэндвич? Йоу, это сэндвичи в каких-то коробочках? Прикольно, прикольно. Не-не-не-не. Эй. Сюда ближе. Вот. Не настолько ближе. Эй-ё. Хочу, чтобы ты красиво стояла в разговоре. Успех. Успех, эти двое тут устроились. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the furry and their unconscionable plans. My goodness. If it isn't the young Miss Levelier. My apologies. I work in the office of the forum. And if word reached Master Fortunate that I was helping you. I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Well, the customers have been decidedly uncooperative. Maybe the staff would be more willing to answer our questions. Should you? Yeah. Хорошо встали. Аккуратненько. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Burger. Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word. How long has it been? Far too long. Min Deacon, the owner of the salt stand. A last stand. I used to frequent this cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the stadium. This seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alfino had set sail for Orzea. But then you never came back. Lately, there have been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything is alright at home? Нет. It's complicated. Вот я думал, она за нами подглядывает, надо меню разглядывает. And I hadn't expected something complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levelier. No matter how discreet Master Fortunate may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are. What brings you back to the city now, of all times? I have questions, and only Charlene has the answers. Tell me, Master Deacon, have you heard anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on the apocalypse? Yes. Whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're the visitor to Charlene, aren't you? And few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. Or just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you are setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Sure. Костюм с этим пойдет? Я получу с этим костюм? Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Окей. Что мы только не сделаем для тебя. That's the spirit. Pay attention now. And I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. Oh, blin. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water edge. Smahaha. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting on the outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, they should see a Mikota gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. You got all that? If you're not sure, just ask, and I'll explain again. Good luck. Yay. О, я уже получил их. Я могу прочитать о них. Так, вам чай, насколько я помню. Стоп, вы все здесь в одном месте сидите. Воды. Потом... Иша. Окей, тебе... Омлет. Тебе лобстер. За чай. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The telephone... Who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them. Are their final days. My friend and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about a ritual arcane practice of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk about Erof. Okay. Тебе амулет. Ah, finally. 3, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. What? The Telephoroi? Ah, yes. I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That had some grand claim about the end of days. Some old, senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Okay. Хотя. Urbane banter with a smile. Lobster. Yawn огромный, okay. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. I have no idea how long I've crumbled this and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Telephoroi. Знаешь что-нибудь о нем? The Final Days? This is the first I ever heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend had been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. Huh? You don't know what a glimmer is. They are collectors of the sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlene. Priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. If the furry make good of their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities about could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Approach the harbor, and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. Окей. Либо же они что-то... Куда-то эти товары привозят или откуда-то их получают. Может, это не связано именно с глимерами? Может, это именно что-то связанное с производством или исследованием, или что они... Что этот форум там делает секретно. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Да. Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Deacon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Ah, coffee. But let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle? Away from the gossip and their wagging tongues. Не, попьем кофеек вдалеке от всех, в тишине. Здесь? Или мы на ложечку возьмем, поплаваем? Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind, out of sight. О. Мне нравятся эти посиделки с Лизой.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt.
Может, он специально наигрывает, чтобы мы бросились на это.
When he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
А вот и ребята, везущие товары.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
Лабиринтос? Я не местный.
A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
Uh-huh.
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Как нам туда попасть? А можем вообще туда попасть? Я понимаю, что мы туда попадем. Он есть на карте. Но можем ли мы туда легально попасть? Или нам туда нужно пробираться? Просачиваться? Йоу. Labyrinthine Descent. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Deacon will want his caps back. Aww. Aww. Мне нравятся такие посиделки с Лизой. Они душевные, такие семейные. Эти все вчитываются. Ну-ка. Сможем ли мы привлечь внимание Грахи? Да. Is that coffee I smell? Did I miss the tea break? What does Alice say? I thought she was with you. My loyal assistant returns. There's a lexicon in the first floor that I need you to... Ah, you found something, haven't you? Блин, она слепая? А блин, она наблюдательная. Welcome back, Imaiha. Been for a walk and clear your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigation and turned up information on the Gleaners. Yep. Они особенно оживленно собирают товары. Или что-то доставляют. Неизвестно что. Пока что. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from the institutions and bureaucrats. But as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase of Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see the theory we can build from the facts. As we shall observe earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final dates. Coupled with that, you might analyze learn at the last stand. We can be reasonably sure that most Charlians know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somewhat certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny yours request for aid. And now, the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. Нужно заглянуть в коробки, что они доставляют. Там могут быть строительные материалы для чего-нибудь. Там могут быть материалы для исследований, в смысле химикаты и прочее. Либо же там могут быть объекты для сохранения. То бишь исторические документы, образцы животных и тому подобное. И отсюда будет понятно, что они пытаются сделать. Ну, хоть немного более понятно. I don't think it a scratch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service of the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthus and assess the situation for ourselves. Сомневаюсь, что Глимеры сами знают, что... план форума. Потому что если бы они знали, это была бы слишком большая группа, чтобы держать это в секрете. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive of our questions. Anything would be better than putting it had another dusty book. What should we expect down there? Да, что там внизу? Мне представляется как огромная подземная цепь подземных пещер. Это мне напоминает Вуконга. Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. Блин. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I would like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down to the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Нет, тут свободный вход. Видимо, туда свободный вход, ладно. Либо же туда был свободный вход, а сейчас нас развернут просто. Tranquility. Ready? Labyrinthus is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorientating. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Off we go then. Okay. We really should move along. Вот это мне не нравится в играх. Когда NPC ходит медленнее, чем твой шаг. Now we're on. Better keep up. Эй, наконец-то. Почему? To the path. Straightforward. Окей. Пока ничего сложного. We cross this bridge. Я так понимаю, здесь Лабиринтус. Лабиринтус сюда, 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 сюда. Да? Я угадал? Up here. Ах. Хотя бы бегаем мы с одинаковой скоростью. На том спасибо. Rostra. Not far now. Мы могли бы сюда телепортироваться. Ну ладно. О, тут двери сбоку. Here we are. Through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, did you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Да, насколько я помню, я потрогал все эфириты в этой зоне. Это ведет в форум. Окей. То бишь мимо форума проходим. Чё каблуки здесь? Мам. Йоу. Оно сочетается, как по мне. Окей. Здесь примерно то, что я и ждал увидеть. Грузовые лифты. How did the forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much do they know? Or to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to all to at least one of these questions lies below. Они бункер строят. I've not been to Labyrinthus in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. You didn't take a wrong turn into the roster there, did you? Doubt the forum would take kindly to you to budge into a private session. Нет. We're all here now, eh? Yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right. Everyone onto the lift, and down we go. Сомневаюсь, что все так просто. Потому что если форум хотел бы сохранить что-то в тайне в лабиринте, они бы просто не пускали никого в лабиринтус. Ведь так? Солнце не настоящее. Йоу!
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Йоу! Этого я не ожидал.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
Жесть.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Они еще вглубь копают. Долбаные дварфы. Еще один Зая.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule,
but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Chachi.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Йоу, мне нравится это место сразу, уже. Ох, оно круто выглядит. Крайл. Крайл.
Did you call to me just now?
Хайделин.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
Нет.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Nope, это была Хайделин. Глупая картоха! Ответь, Хайделин! Она тебе звонит! Да еще время суток сменяется. Так, насколько это место огромное? Кажется, оно очень огромное. Йоу. Привет. Как ты? Most of these gatherers have already here appear to be leaders. Why don't you wander around by making small talk? Нет, ты со мной не будешь говорить. Ну ладно. Штола! Йоу. Эта игра не продолжает, не перестает меня удивлять. Nah, I'm not stuck in my duties. I've not been down here in an age, and wish to get my bearings before I went bumbling about. From what I can see, however, there is a not obviously out of place. It seems we shall have to resort to discreet inquiries as usual. Как скажешь. Где остальные? Ну ладно. Teeth. Привет. Let me think. The rare seeds should be item 1058. Common seeds 1059. Membrane 1060. Over there 1061. Ah! My head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more leads to take out and carry in? Why more loads to take out than carry in? What are all this at once and the risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Corython carrots for the Yerabanian carrots? What then? Explain with he has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthus. Окей, то бишь они не набирают, они еще отправляют. Но лото. Выделывается тут. Привет. Блин. Look here to help or give me more headaches. Because you don't have the look of a cleaner. I'm no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. In exchange with Arenville has taught you about exhausted cleaners. Okay. Их изматывают. Йоу! Эй, ты брата своего не теряла? This is for Poria, this is for Dalmazine. Неважно. Fascinating. But could we go back to what you were saying earlier? Понятно, они болтливые, но болтливые не о том, что надо. Excuse me. Are you a gleaner? You don't mind. I have questions to ask. Elegantanta. Dobbin. Dobbin Bobbin. You want to know what I'm doing? Howling books. And ore and fauna. If it needs howling, I howl it. Every decade or so, they take stock of labyrinths, you know. Sort and tidy up the inventory. Never see an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. And with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped on our laps. Orders from the high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they call changing the layout, preparing to the next big expansion. This change with Dublin has brought you about taking stock in labyrinths. Возможно, да, они готовятся к расширению. And Lucky Maker, what else did you gleaners have to tell? Все принес. So, this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they send in more inventories somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. Alright, the forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning labyrinths upside down in the process. Promoted! Вопрос только, зачем и почему? Но. Я думаю, зададимся этим вопросом мы уже в следующий раз. Будем его обсуждать. Не-не-не-не-не-не. А пока что я на сегодня закончу. Спасибо всем, кто взглянул. Удачи и до встречи в следующий раз. Который будет, скорее всего, завтра, если ничего не изменится. И это будет... Что у нас завтра? Финалка. Если я правильно помню. Давайте проверим. Давайте перепроверим. Где мое расписание, которое я должен знать, потому что это мое расписание? Да, завтра финалка. Что ж. А на сегодня пока.
You